special presentation.
You are looking at a live picture of the Union Jack at half-staff over Westminster Abbey, where in just a couple of hours the funeral service will be held for Diana, Princess of Wales. I'm Catherine Cryer.
And I'm Britt Hume.
On this bright morning in London, a throng estimated in the millions has gathered to watch the funeral procession, which will carry Diana's body from Kensington Palace, which was her official residence, along a nearly 3-mile route to Westminster Abbey.
It's safe to say, Catherine, that this old city has never seen anything like this before. Great Britain, schooled by centuries of empire and royalty, is famous for its way with ceremony. But today's will be like no other, with the length of the parade route and the nature of the funeral service dictated as much by an outpouring of popular sentiment for Diana as by custom and royal taste.
Well, since yesterday afternoon, people have been gathering along the route. The funeral cortege will follow, and many spent the night outside to assure they would have a good view. Now, while the object of this burst of affection is, of course, Diana, all eyes today will also be on her sons, 15-year-old William and Harry, his 12-year-old brother.
This seems certain to be the largest crowd ever gathered here, and our colleague, Shepard Smith, is out among them in Hyde Park along the parade route. Shep, set the scene for us out there.
Britt, good morning from Hyde Park, just a few hundred yards north of the route along which Diana's body will travel a short time from now. Thousands of people from Great Britain have gathered here this morning. They've been here since last night, many of them on a very cold evening in London. The temperature dipped to about 48 degrees last night, we're told, and there was a solid hour of constant rain, but most of these stayed. Take a look around. You can see the crowd still coming there in the distance from the northern part of Hyde Park, and as he pans to the right, you may be able to see some pup tents which have been here throughout the evening, protected some from the rain. We're told that many gathered in those tents overnight, certainly a coming together of the people of Great Britain. We spoke with many of them along the parade route this morning. It is very quiet, the scene very somber on a crisp and bright morning in London. There had been fears of rain today, but latest reports are that the rain will not come until late this afternoon or in the evening. It should be a glorious morning and afternoon for the laying to rest of the Princess of Wales. We'll be here throughout the morning as they watch on large screen TVs in Hyde Park. It's expected in the moments after the casket travels along the parade route that in fact tens of thousands will make their way here to Hyde Park to watch on these giant screen TVs, and we'll be bringing you their reaction throughout the morning, Britt and Catherine.
Thanks, Shepard. It's a bright sunny day, which is a bit unusual for London, and this is a bit of an unusual funeral. It's a cross between a state funeral, which it is not, and private because of the extraordinary young woman that they have all come to remember. This is a young woman that, when she separated from Charles, said to the world, "I will not go quietly." And when the royal family got an idea in the last couple of days of the world's reaction, they could see this was coming to pass. It's been extraordinary.
In fact, that phrase takes on a special new significance. She did not go quietly in her separation and divorce from Charles, and as this absolute thunderclap of public reaction has attested, she has not gone quietly in death. And this week has witnessed the most extraordinary outpouring of sentiment seen here, I think, ever perhaps, and it has had a profound effect on the royal family itself.
It's been quite interesting because protocol for so long has dictated everything the royal family has done. That's the way Charles has been raised, and certainly Queen Elizabeth, and protocol has been broken time and time again this week because of the pressure from the people, because of the people's princess.
Exactly, and there was considerable criticism of the Queen and other members of the royal family for what was thought to be a cold, a chilly, and distant reaction to the death of Diana. And the newspapers here in Britain, which reflect, particularly the fabled tabloids, reflect the popular sentiment very well, were very rough on the royal family, and they kept talking about, why have we not heard a public word from the Queen? And for a while we did not hear a public word from the Queen. And then finally, last night, 6 o'clock London time, for only the second time in her 43-year reign, Queen Elizabeth made a live speech to the people from Buckingham Palace. It was a shot in which she had the people in view behind her, and it was something the people had not seen in a long time, and we have a bit of it to show you here. Queen Elizabeth.
No one who knew Diana will ever forget her. Millions of others who never met her, but felt they knew her, will remember her. I, for one, believe there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death. I share in your determination to cherish her memory.
Well, you know, by American standards, that might not have seemed to be a tearful or very emotional performance. It was certainly a very dignified, appropriately written phrase or set of phrases. But what was striking about it was the reaction in the British papers, which had been very rough, as we talked about earlier, on the royal family. But the tide really turned with that. Let me give you a sample of it. From the Times of London this morning, it said, "The Queen opened her heart to her people." The Daily Telegraph said she spoke with visible emotion. The Daily Mail, one of the tabloids, spoke of the Queen's moving words. The Sun, the most popular newspaper in Britain, spoke of the Queen as red-eyed and emotional and delivering a remarkable tribute. And finally, the Mirror called her an inspiration with her warmth and kindness. I'm not a Queen watcher, Catherine, but I must tell you that I think that I and many other Yanks like me would not have quite had that interpretation of her remarks.
Although it was quite interesting because certainly people in the crowd were interviewed immediately after her remarks, and one of the individuals said, well, the Queen and emotion have never gone hand in hand, so he was giving her great credit for the remarks that she made and thought that it in fact was an emotional response for her. But she made some interesting points. She came out and said, as your queen and as a grandmother, and she really said my own personal tribute to Diana, and used Diana throughout rather than a more formal title for her. So she seemed to be saying all the right things. But David Lee Miller is down at Hyde Park, and he may have had a chance to talk to some people this morning. David, have you gotten any reaction, public reaction, to the Queen's remarks?
Good morning, Catherine. Well, here at the park, all those in attendance are obviously great supporters of Diana, and most of them seem to feel that the Queen's speech was too little, too late. They felt that the Queen just didn't deliver the address that they expected. If you were to read the text of that speech, I think perhaps it might be more sincere than if you were to have watched it in television. Many of the people here seem to feel that it was much too short, and she was just too flat. Her affect was too flat. She didn't seem emotional. She didn't seem sincere, that in their view. And now many of the people here are equally angry at Prince Charles. They feel that he treated Diana very, very badly, and he has to make amends for that. A lot of people have suggested that he not be the next King of England. They would like to see his son, Prince William, become the next king. Catherine?
Well, actually, that's interesting because the reaction to the boys, as they're calling them, William and Harry, has been enormous. When they finally came out of Balmoral and then later got back to the city and walked among the people and looking at the flowers and the tributes, the public's reaction has been overwhelming.
Indeed it has. I think we can see now the beginning of the procession, and you see the coffin now borne aboard a horse-drawn gun carriage. It's interesting about this service and this procession that the military presence at British ceremonies has always been a major element of it. There will, however, be no military music here today. You do see the Welsh Guard. She was, of course, Princess of Wales, in those fabled bearskin hats, the high fur hats that are called busbies. And so you do see, obviously, the military presence as the coffin is being borne outside, but it will be muted.
Interesting on this itself even caused controversy this week because of Princess Diana's move to ban landmines around the world, and there were some who felt any sort of military presence was in effect something she would not have wanted. And yet, of course, the gun carriage is very traditional and the way for people to be able to view the casket there draped by the royal standard. You know, I think that that before this is over, that it is likely to be quite affecting, but it is certainly required the planners of this event to adapt themselves to Diana
and her perhaps more modern taste, you know, and we saw in the remarks of the Queen that while she was quite dignified, and as David Lee and obviously people that he spoke to have noted, her words were potentially quite emotional, but a lot of people wouldn't have seen the emotion in her. And one sense is that that may be a lack of experience in television. Television being an instrument that did not have the importance in 1952 when Elizabeth became Queen that it has now. And if this is only her second live broadcast in 43 years, it is a little unfair to ask her to deliver the kind of masterful performance with just the trace of the tear in the eye that you get from people like Tony Blair and Bill Clinton.
Well, as you were talking, we could hear the bell tolling behind us from Westminster Abbey, and it began at 9:08 British time, London time, as we saw the casket begin its journey. And we've got with us Fox News Simon Marks. He's going to give us some idea of what we can expect during the approximately hour and 47 minutes it will take the cortege to move from Kensington Palace to Westminster Abbey. Simon?
Well, Catherine, certainly it's going to be a very emotional scene as the cortege makes its way towards the Abbey. Crowds, of course, lining the route on both sides of the street all the way. People, as we've been hearing, have been camped out overnight trying to get a good position to see this event. I think what you're seeing here today is really a very different style of royal event. Tony Blair, the new British Prime Minister, has been talking about a new Britain emerging over the course of the last few months, and I think this is the first sort of first royal event that we've witnessed in that new Britain. It was notable just walking among the crowds that were here last night, but this is a very multi-ethnic, multicultural crowd. People have come from all over the country, very homogeneous group of people, not the normal stuffy royal event that we've seen in the past.
Simon, thank you. The parade route, which was originally to be only a fraction of the length that it will be, and was changed in response to crowd estimates that took it up to as high as 6 million. It remains to be seen, of course, if we will see that many, but it is quite interesting. It goes right through the heart of central London and indeed of historic London. And our colleague, John Scott, has prepared a breakdown and is going to tell us about just what that route will be and what it will cover. John Scott.
Diana's final journey begins at Kensington Palace. Her coffin, placed on a gun carriage by 8 Welsh guards, will pass through the gates to begin the procession to Westminster Abbey. The journey will last an hour and 47 minutes. In silence, it will pass through Hyde Park, along Carriage Drive, past Hyde Park Corner, and under Wellington Arch. More than 500 representatives of the charities associated with the princess will be waiting along Marlborough Road near St. James's Palace. Prince Charles and possibly Princes William and Harry will also join here. Then for the final miles to the Abbey via Horse Guards Parade, Whitehall and Parliament Square.
It's absolutely fascinating when you stay here for a period of time, obviously reading and preparing for something like this, the history that goes along, and talking about the numbers of people. You mentioned 6 million expected. To get some perspective, the last big funeral was Lord Mountbatten in 1979, which was not, again, an official. It was actually a big military funeral, and before that, Winston Churchill in 1965, 300,000 turned out in 1965. And that was thought to be, of
course, a massive throng.
And in fact, they thought the numbers turning out today may be larger than VE Day in 1945.
Which was the biggest thing the city had ever seen.
The end of the war.
The end of the war. And it is perhaps a sign of the times that with the world largely at peace, with the Cold War over, with the economy of this country and the United States, and much at least of what used to be called the Western world, facing relative prosperity, that what we're seeing people turn out for is not wars won, recessions or depressions ended, or what we used to think as the tumultuous events or events that would provoke a tumultuous response, but the death of a beloved figure who, while she was indeed a member of the royal family, she was not a member of the royal family who had, for example, seen her nation through a war. She was someone who was thought of as a kind of celebrity royal who had turned her hand, to be sure, to good works. I think you're getting a sense now, just from what we can hear, of the reaction to the sight of that coffin. You know, Catherine, the mere sight of her coffin in a simple hearse last night was enough to provoke quite a strong response, and we see even more of that now.
There was a young man that was interviewed last night when the hearse went by, and of course was teary-eyed and told the cameras that he had whispered, "Goodbye, my princess." And that's what these people feel. There's the most extraordinary one-on-one relationship that she developed with the British people and obviously around the world. When you walk the streets and talk to people, many will say, "We're not royals. We're not here because she was a member of the royal family. We're here for her." And there's a great distinction they draw, that she was able to tap in and touch on a human level people in the most extraordinary way.
You can still hear it as she goes.
Well, you and I have both commented, walking around, looking at the flowers, 12 hours to sign the condolence books, what they're calling the sea or ocean of flowers surrounding the palace, Kensington Palace, where she lived. Actually, the British embassies all over the world have been inundated with flowers.
One of the most striking images from this week here was aerial photos of these banks of flowers laid outside Buckingham Palace, outside Kensington Palace. They were so large that if you did not know from the air, seeing them from the air, what they were, you would never have imagined. This is a nation, this island nation, rainy as it is a nation awash in flowers and gardens. And yet we hear that the floral supply of this country has been quite exhausted, that of Europe has been taxed, and
they're shipping flowers from Israel, from Colombia, everywhere they can get their hands on them to try and respond to the public demand.
It is quite something to think of an event that so touches people that they feel called upon to buy flowers and hand carry them to where more flowers than anyone could ever see have already been placed, and to place their own, still wrapped, somewhat touchingly it seems, in the cellophane with which they're sold.
And to get an idea, it shocked the royal family when they put out, I believe it was 5 books of condolence for people to be able to sign, and it finally increased to, I believe it numbered in the 40s.
43.
And people waiting up to 10, 12 hours.
You saw that woman there on the parade route, her face stricken with grief. This is remarkable. we see that the royal standard draped over that coffin, there has been quite a bit of controversy this week about that royal standard, which flies over places where the Queen is and whether it was lowered or not. Bring us up to date on that.
There certainly has been a lot of controversy about that, Britt. Perhaps the most controversial aspect of the week here. The issue is a simple one. When Queen Elizabeth II is in residence at Buckingham Palace, that flag, the royal standard, always flies above Buckingham Palace. When she's not in residence, it does not fly, and no flag is flown in its place. The palace stuck to protocol all week, despite an enormous amount of criticism from the public and in newspapers, from people who felt that some kind of flag should have been flying at half-staff above the palace. Well, the Queen, as a result of so much pressure, has now decided to break with protocol. When she leaves Buckingham Palace today to head to Westminster Abbey, the royal standard will be lowered, and then the Union Jack, the British national flag, will fly at half-staff until midnight tonight. So when Queen Elizabeth returns to Buckingham Palace, for the first time in her reign, the royal standard will not be flying above the palace, and that's being seen as a key symbol of the fact that the monarchy here has really been led to compromising with protocol by the very, very strong public feeling as a result of Diana's death.
Well, in fact, Simon, it really is extraordinary, because if the Queen were to pass away, the royal standard still, as I understand, is not lowered half-staff, because it immediately belongs to the individual ascending the throne.
That's absolutely correct, Catherine. It's considered a symbol of monarchy, and if it's brought down, the idea is that monarchy is somehow falling. But clearly the palace has had to give in to the kind of popular sentiment that's been expressed here, simply because that bare flagpole all this week became something of a symbol of the distance between the Queen and her subjects.
Those lilies there, lilies were said to be Diana's favorite flower.
Yes, in fact, Richard Branson on Virgin Airlines, he and several others, he was depicted bringing those in when she was lying in state. Would that be appropriate?
Right.
It was at St. James, the chapel of the church, yes. And actually, we're going to go now to Shepard Smith, who's there in Hyde Park. I believe some of the people are beginning to move along to the processional line. Shepard?
Catherine, they are. They're moving out in droves now, as the pictures that you see on television show the casket coming down the street. It's soon to pass by this section of Hyde Park. So many who have camped out here overnight are making their way down to the street to try and get a glimpse. The scene there along the side is quite hard to imagine, really. Some 10 to 12, sometimes 14 people deep here. Many of those who are coming out of Hyde Park at this moment will not actually be able to see anything but the tops of the heads of the people in front of them, yet they feel compelled to go that way, to be as close to Diana this morning as they can, their last moment, to be near the woman who has certainly come to be the princess of the people here. And I think the fact that she is the princess of the people, and as one lady told me yesterday along the streets, she was our queen. The monarchy may not know it, but to us, she was the queen because she spoke to us as individuals. She went into our homeless shelters without cameras around it and spoke to people who were destitute on the streets. And she went to hospitals and spoke with children, and didn't just go once and didn't go with an entourage, went alone of her own accord and returned repeatedly. In fact, there's one young lady who was to have met with her this week, and she is, as you know, very near the front of this procession. We'll be following along, we're told, and we'll be in very good company this morning. Britons last night got word on television that, in fact, they were expecting as many as 6 million people here, that the underground rail system would be crammed, that streets would be blocked off early in the evening, and yet, even at this hour, they continue to come. They could watch what they will see here in Hyde Park from the comfort of their living rooms on this day. Instead, they've come here to be as one collective community to enjoy and experience a life celebration, not the mourning of Diana so much as a celebration of her life. Britt and Catherine.
Shep, thanks very much. You know, one of the things for which the British people are justly famed is their patience, which is legendary, and the way they queue up in orderly lines and wait for what I think people in other countries, and especially a couple of Yanks like you and I, would think to be just absolutely impossibly long waits in line for tickets or whatever, and you're seeing it here today. I mean, the very idea that you would decide that you want to come and join 6 million people fighting through London traffic, getting to London with great difficulty, simply to watch this go by, it's something we're just not used to in America.
Well, Shepard described when he said, "You are our queen." There's been a phrase, Queen of Hearts, that we have heard throughout this week. Interestingly, there was also a reminder in one of the articles I read that that is what Eva Perón said to her people, that I want to be your Queen of Hearts. In fact, that was a comment that we had heard Diana had made about being the same.
That is right. She, in the now famous television interview she did at some length with the BBC, if anyone cares to remember that one, that was the one where she seemed to sort of be peering out from under her eyebrows. It was a very, very effective, some of her critics argued affected, performance. But that was where she made the statement that while she knew she would never be queen, she hoped she could be Queen of Hearts. And there was quite a sniffy reaction to that in some quarters here in Britain, and some of the broadsheet newspapers thought that was pretty gummy. But I think it would be hard for anyone to argue today that that is not exactly what she became.
Exactly. And ultimately, the royal family realized that they didn't have the troops. They didn't have the army to fight the popularity that she was able to create and sustain among the people. And actually, I was watching a program about her, the BBC had produced, and all of the individuals that she touched that never made the news, the children she would go visit without cameras present, the homeless, on and on and on. And these were individuals that had nothing to do with a PR display for anyone, and they're out here to mourn her.
I wonder if our colleague Simon Marks can kind of give us a sense of where along the way we are in all this, and what the procession is now passing by. Simon, can you help us out with that?
Yeah, Britt, they're heading down South Carriage Road and heading towards the Albert Memorial on the very first early stage of this fairly slow procession towards Westminster Abbey. As you can see, wrenching scenes. I mean, the kind of sounds that we were hearing earlier, reminiscent of the sort of newspaper reports that one reads of people reacting to Queen Victoria's funeral and things like that. Really emotional, very wrenching noises.
Just looking, as you said that, Simon, at a map we have of the route, and we are really very early in all this, aren't we?
We certainly are. It's quite a way to travel, and of course they're not traveling very rapidly. Everybody that's lining the route is going to get a good chance to see the cortege as it passes by. And of course there are going to be many millions of people, not just right here in the centre of London, but on its outskirts as well, because after the ceremonies are complete at Westminster Abbey, the cortege is going to make a very slow process along a 77-mile journey towards the Spencer family's estate. It's going to go up one of Britain's major interstate highways, and people are going to be crowding along both sides of that highway all the way along the procession.
What are we seeing now there? What is that facility? Is that, are we near, are we at the Albert Memorial quite yet? Or?
We're just approaching it. We're heading past the Royal Albert Hall, of course, one of Britain's largest concert halls. Once it gets past there, the cortege is going to turn the corner and go past the Albert Memorial, which unfortunately we're not going to see very clearly because I think it's still shrouded in scaffolding as a result of a refurbishment that's been taking place to it for some time. And then after that it'll start heading towards Whitehall and the government buildings that line the streets heading down towards Westminster Abbey.
You can see, Simon, from the pictures that the sight of this casket passing by obviously has a tremendous effect on people, almost as if it is the first time that the full reality of Diana's death has hit them.
I think that's right. I think for many people the first reality was when the coffin covered in the royal standard was first brought back to Britain from Paris. That was a very emotional moment for many people. Then, of course, it's been lying effectively in state all week. But this really, I think, will be hammering the point home to millions of people, all of whom, of course, are watching this on British television throughout the day. To pick up on something you were saying earlier, this is a very different crowd from the normal crowd that gathers for these events. As we've been hearing, a lot of people are here not because this is a royal event, but because they felt some kind of identity with Princess Diana. So it's a very, very different royal event from the usual ones.
In fact, Simon, I happened to be in Europe at the time of the VE Day commemoration just a couple of years ago, and there was a quite extraordinary celebration mounted, much of it from just outside Buckingham Palace, with all the pomp and pageantry you associate with these British events. And there was a lot of pictures in the crowd, and it was clearly, while there are quite a lot of older people here in this group, this is obviously a very much younger group than Britain is accustomed to turning out for these occasions.
No question about it. And also we've been hearing from a lot of people all week long who have said, we're not here because we're monarchists. We don't like the royal family particularly. We do not support the principle of monarchy, but we are here to mark the passing of a woman who really in death is going to become something of a British cultural icon. There have, of course, been comparisons all week long to the Kennedy funeral here. Many people see that Princess Diana sort of transcends royalty and becomes something of a civic figure in death that she wasn't necessarily always perceived to be in life.
When we first began watching, you and I were speaking briefly about the kind of funeral we're seeing. Obviously, Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, made it very clear early on that this would be Diana's funeral and tailored to her personality and the people that loved her. There are so many influences from private funerals to the state funeral as we see here, so many of the trappings, if you will. But I was thinking about the youth in the crowd that you and Simon were talking about a moment ago, the young people, the new Britain that may be emerging. There was a line I read that it will be very hard for the royal family to ever turn to protocol again, to blame protocol for the way they behave. And you can see everything about this young woman, about Princess Diana, may be changing so much of the way not only the royals respond to their people, but the very way they can conduct themselves and at times justify what they do to this young Briton.
Of course, the funeral service itself will reflect her taste to a great extent, and the most conspicuous example of that is the fact that Elton John, a man whose voice I don't think anyone quite ever expected would be ringing through Westminster Cathedral, will sing, and will sing a newly rewritten version of a pop tune, the one he wrote in tribute to Marilyn Monroe, called
Candle in the Wind.
Candle in the Wind, and it will be, instead of Goodbye Norma Jean, of course, which was Marilyn Monroe's original name, it will be Goodbye England's Rose. People now, it's now about an hour and 25 minutes away from the expected start of this service, but people are beginning already to come into Westminster Abbey and take their places there.
And of course, the content of the Abbey itself, the 2,000 invited guests, will be very different than many expected. Obviously, rock stars and celebrities, and many members of charities that she worked for. Earl Spencer made it very clear he wanted those people to have an audience during the ceremony. There are parts of these groups that will be actually off in another chapel listening to the service, but many who've been invited to attend, so they restricted the number of politicians, the number of expected guests very severely to make way for those people that the Spencer family felt had really been touched by Diana and that she would want there at the service.
Yes, Elton John is only the most conspicuous example, but he certainly has been the focus of quite a lot of attention here this week. Shepard Smith, I believe, has something to add on that point. Shep?
Indeed, Britt. You know, Elton John and Princess Diana were quite good friends. Most recently, Elton John was at her side at the funeral of Gianni Versace, and it was a very moving time for Elton John. In fact, he shed a number of tears, and we saw on television as Princess Diana herself put her arm around Elton John and consoled him at that time. He's a very good friend was of Diana's, and certainly is of the royal family as a whole. He has had tea with Queen Elizabeth on many occasions, I'm told. Actually danced with the Queen at a wedding of one of the royals at one point, and has visited the palace many times, and we're told has been in contact with the Queen this week in addition. So Elton John is much more than a performer and a star here. He is one of the group, and it would have been unthinkable, really, for many of the people with whom we've spoken this week that Elton John would not be there. He has been of such comfort to Diana and such a help with her over the past couple of years, especially with dealing with the media onslaught which she has had to face. My understanding is he had given her some ideas about ways to get around that and to help her children deal with it in addition, because both of them, as you know, are chased and hounded by the media to a great extent. The media was blamed for a long time during this, especially at the beginning, and then when the headlines came that the people were so upset with the royal family for not speaking out. In this particular incident, I think that the tabloids, in fact, reflected the people more than led them. There was a great deal of outcry, and then last night after the Queen's speech, I personally noticed an enormous difference in the people's feelings toward the Queen and the royal family as a whole, from the waiter last night at dinner to the cab driver to a number of people with whom I spoke on the short walk over to Hyde Park this morning. They said the Queen was appropriate and right to make those statements, and many told me, in fact, they felt she was speaking from the heart, and all of the changes that have been made in protocol, the moves away from protocol that she has done, particularly for Diana here, were quite appropriate as we see people along the streets grieving a very difficult day here in London.
Shep, thanks very much. You know, you mentioned Elton John and that emotional scene at Gianni Versace's funeral, and I'm sure many people have wondered this week whether Elton John, in trying to sing that song, will be able to contain his emotions. And quite a bit was made there. You see the kind of response that this occasion has provoked with people. Luciano Pavarotti, the eminent tenor, at first said that he was so overcome with grief that he couldn't come to the funeral, and then said that ultimately that he would be coming. He was a friend of hers, of course, but that he didn't think he could summon himself to sing. He has, of course, a magnificent voice, and I'm sure it would have been significant addition to the service, but it is a sense of the effect that Diana, Princess of Wales, had on her friends.
Joining us now, Richard Stott, a columnist, the news of the world. Richard, you have had possibly a bit different take on the royals' behavior and the Queen's behavior during these last several days, haven't you?
I have. Good morning, Britt and Catherine. These are truly astonishing sights that we're seeing here now. The crowd is completely different to one that you would normally get on a royal occasion, a royal funeral, or indeed a royal wedding. Not even the Queen herself, and when she dies, she would get this kind of crowd out. It is quite astonishing, and I would think that what we're seeing here is people, particularly young people, who see Diana as so many of the wreaths and flowers say, that she was really their Queen of Hearts. And to them, and to the vast majority of people who are here, this is the royal family. Diana was the royal family. And over the past few days, the Queen and her family have begun to realize the enormous depth and well of emotion that has gone on in this country because of Diana, who's single-handedly tried to bring the royal family into the 21st century. And part of the problem of the last few days has been the fact that this family has been bedeviled by protocol. The Queen got dangerously far removed from her subjects. Yesterday, at the 11th hour, she righted it and went on a walkabout, which all came about really because I think she was getting some pretty sound advice from Tony Blair.
Richard, who is that is, if you know, that just arrived at the church? Were you able to see that?
No, I couldn't see.
I'm sorry about that.
It was Diana's stepmother, I believe, has just arrived. And of course, the doors opened right about 9:30 London time for most of the invited guests to begin making their way into the Abbey.
Richard, do you think that this response now, belated as it may be, by the royal family, they're coming out as they did at Balmoral and then here in London, and reacting to people who, like these people that we're seeing, were quite emotional, and of course ending in the Queen's speech. Do you think that's going to be enough to reverse this decline in public support that appears to have been accelerated by these events?
I think in the short term that the Queen has done enough to shore up the royal family. The biggest problem that they've got now is the enormous hole that Diana's death has created. And quite frankly, the royal family outside Diana is not all that interesting. You've got rather a lot of elderly people, a lot of middle-aged people. And the younger ones, like William, is not yet ready to take the public stage. And I think that because of the manner of his mother's death, there will be a great deal of reticence amongst newspapers and television. And they will want William to just get on with his life now, clearly deeply scarred by what has happened over the past few days. And the last thing that anybody wants to do is to add to that pain.
We've been able to get a sense from our perch here by Westminster of the people who have arrived, and although you may not have been able to see them, we saw Lady Thatcher and her husband Dennis Thatcher arriving, as well as others. It is obviously, as any in our American audience who have not ever seen the inside of Westminster Abbey, a quite magnificent, ancient cathedral.
And actually, let's go out to David Lee Miller for just a moment in Hyde Park, because we're beginning to see the invited guests, and as we said earlier, there will be a real varied mix of people who will arrive and be allowed to seat themselves in Westminster Abbey. But David, you've had a chance to talk to many of those who have really come to love Diana for her works as you're out there in the park, haven't you?
Absolutely, Catherine. As I look out now into the sea of people, many of whom came here today from all around the world, the group that impressed me most were those who were associated with Diana because of her efforts with so many volunteer agencies. And there are a number of people here today that not only came great distances from Wales, Scotland, and from throughout the entire UK, but many of these people are handicapped. A young woman I talked with a short time ago had cerebral palsy, and it was with great effort that she came here today. It took her 5 hours to come here from her home in Wales, but it was important because she met Diana 8 years ago. Diana came to a hospital that she was in where she received therapy, and that one visit changed this young girl's life. She was most impressed because Diana was there not as some publicity stunt, but because she wanted to make a difference. And I think the most touching story this week was the fact that Diana, while she was on vacation just last week with her boyfriend, Dodi Fayed, in the south of France, took the time to send flowers to a young girl here in London with leukemia, someone that she regularly visited in a London hospital. The flowers arrived, and a short time later, as we all know, there was the tragic car crash. Well, that young girl this week took 3 of those flowers to the doorstep of Kensington Palace.
David, thank you.
And here we go to the scene just outside Westminster Abbey, obviously, as the invited guests continue to arrive.
It looked like Bill Hague, the new conservative opposition leader. On the side, it was hard to be sure, maybe Simon,
Yes.
when he gets in place.
Yes, that's who that was.
Yeah.
Mhm. It's quite interesting in issuing the invitations. I mean, there were several flurries because apparently Prime Minister Tony Blair was invited, and there was some question whether any former prime ministers would be included. And about the time they began to make a decision, someone found that Lady Thatcher had already been invited and was accepting, and then they began issuing invitations to all of the living prime ministers. But of course, there's some debate about how many from the political world would be included.
Yes, indeed, the White House, Catherine, has, there you see the sentiment on the faces of so many of these people here. There's been some question in the way the White House has reacted to all this, whether President Clinton wanted to come and simply was not invited. It is apparently made fairly clear here that Hillary Rodham Clinton, who is here, is the person that the Spencer family wanted and thought the appropriate representative of the United States government and people. And the White House seemed to be a little shaky on its pins as it tried to describe, well, the president didn't really think it necessary for him to come. There you see.
Well, it's really, since it's not an official state funeral,
right.
But I also read that while he was vacationing in Martha's Vineyard, that there were people coming by him saying, please go to the funeral.
We're not seeing on the air yet at the moment who's arriving, but we are hearing as we sit in our perch across from Westminster some applause, which is something that we heard a little bit of earlier today when we saw the casket pass some knot of people. It'll be interesting to see who it is that who has triggered that.
Well, who is not going to be here, interestingly enough, are publishers and editors of many of the tabloids, because apparently, as tradition would hold, that the press received their invitations, and in fact, Earl, I believe...
Richard Branson, of whom you just spoke,
Virgin Airlines,
has just arrived. He's quite well known and very much a public figure here in Britain.
But in fact, Earl Spencer called them up personally and retracted those invitations, and certainly after the events in Paris, said, you are not invited and you will not be welcome.
As you can hear, Catherine, Mr. Branson got quite the round of applause. There he is. He's a very youthful and somewhat charismatic figure who is very much in the public eye.
And as I said, there certainly was quite a response when he arrived at St. James Palace with a tremendous armful of white lilies to take into the chapel there. There's a very specific schedule that they, of course, the British will adhere to down to the moment, I'm sure. But opening the doors, allowing many of the invited guests in, as we said, at 9:30, and at 10:15, the VIPs, as they categorize them, are supposed to begin arriving to be seated. And they have very specific timetable when the Spencer family arrives, when what they call the royal family, but then again, the senior royal members of the family each have very designated times to arrive at the Abbey. Simon Marks, are you with us still?
Yes, I am, Catherine.
Simon, we've got some pictures of individuals coming in, and you may be more familiar with many of the British citizens than we.
It's a pretty mixed crowd coming in at the moment. No one particular face to pick out from there, but we have already seen Cardinal Basil Hume enter Westminster Abbey. There's also been a considerable amount of applause for some other dignitaries. But out of this crowd, no one that immediately... Well, there's Ted Heath, the former British Prime Minister, the man with the grey hair that you can see just getting out of the car now and being escorted into the Abbey. As we were hearing earlier, all living former Prime Ministers will be in attendance. John Major, Lady Thatcher, and Ted Heath, who's just entered.
Yeah,
and of course,
Mr. Heath, Simon, well remembered recently in America for his sharp criticism of President Bush's leadership in the Gulf War. Criticism that he may, given the outcome, have had occasion to regret.
That's correct. Also remembered here as a staunch defender of both Prince Charles and Princess Diana, someone who is a great expert in the British Constitution, who stood by them through thick and through thin as the British tabloids criticised them for their actions. A real British traditionalist of the old Conservative Party style that you don't really find any longer in British society today.
Simon, in making a distinction according to protocol, we've got all of these invited guests, and then there is a group designated as VIPs before the family members begin to arrive. What is the distinction made there?
The distinction is that there are only 2,000 invitations that have been issued to this event at Westminster Abbey, so obviously an extremely restricted guest list. The distinction really between family and friends of Princess Diana who will be attending, and also dignitaries like official representatives from overseas. There are a large number of wives of heads of state and prime ministers in attendance. The wife of Prime Minister Chirac of President Chirac of France will be representing the French people, of course, because the accident took place in Paris. And there'll be an awful lot of first ladies from around the world, including, of course, Hillary Rodham Clinton in attendance. They'll take their seats, and then the royal family will move into the Abbey.
And actually, we were just a moment ago seeing many of the people, representatives from the 101, I believe, charities that Diana had worked on. And this is part of that changing protocol, if you will, because while certain forms of dress would have been specified in various kinds of funerals, here these individuals were told to dress as they pleased, whether that be T-shirts and blue jeans or some sort of formal attire, and to come as they wished.
That's correct, and you're really seeing through that the influence not just of Princess Diana herself, I think, but also the influence of Prime Minister Tony Blair, who has been central in negotiating the protocol that is going to govern this particular funeral. He is reported to have been heavily behind efforts to make sure that these people were attending the funeral, to make sure that Princess Diana's causes were reflected in the service that we're going to hear. And Tony Blair very much putting his own personal political stamp on this event as a symbol of the new Britain that he says he represents.
It strikes me, Simon, that, excuse me, Kelly, it strikes me, Simon, that while the royal family may not have particularly welcomed Mr. Blair's entreaties and interventions at the outset of this week, I rather suspect that they're very glad for what he did by now.
I think that's right, Britt, and they're becoming increasingly dependent upon him as well. There you see Mohammed Al Fayed entering the Abbey.
Of course, the father, the father of Dodi Fayed.
And Mohammed Al Fayed, of course, a man who is a great, he likes to describe himself as a great patriot, but this is a man who has sought entree to Britain and to British society, and I believe feels very much that he has been unfairly and even cruelly denied it. He has been denied a British passport, British citizenship, and while he has, by virtue of his sponsorship of certain charitable events, been able, for example, to stand with the Queen at horse shows and other such events, has not really found his way into the upper echelons of British society.
Although he was a great friend of Earl Spencer, Princess Diana's father, and apparently it was his invitation to come visit him that began the romance with Dodi Fayed.
And indeed, Catherine, there has been some suspicion and indeed criticism that the Dodi Fayed's interest in, there you see a reaction very much typical of what we've seen along the way here today, has been, was not so much Luciano Pavarotti has arrived. That Dodi Fayed's pursuit of Diana may have been, in the eyes of some at least, a young man, or a son at least, doing his father's bidding and seeking a link to the royal family which would unquestionably, there he is, the great tenor, Luciano Pavarotti, have established Mr. Fayed in Britain as a member of the upper crust, as it were. He, of course, is the owner of Harrods now, the famous department store, and has placed a display, a little shrine in one of its windows to his son and Diana, Princess of Wales.
It's quite interesting. He had purchased the estate, many items that were to be auctioned of the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, and I believe there was to be a sale of many of these items. Mrs. Simpson, here's Wallace Simpson.
Patty Ashdown, Simon, are you able to see this? I guess you can't, and nor can we at the moment, but Patty Ashdown, who's the Liberal Democratic Party leader, has arrived in Westminster Abbey.
That's correct, followed by Sir David Steele, his predecessor as leader of the Liberal Party in this country.
In fact, just quickly to finish the thought, this auction, of course, will be delayed, but he is going to see that all funds, apparently, will go to this memorial fund that they have created in this country for Princess Diana, which is already raising enormous amounts of money, and money that will go, anticipated to go to the various charities at this point that she supported.
You see now the casket passing through a thickening throng of faces. And you can see in the background, Catherine, the movement of people as they follow along here, trying to keep in sight the passing procession. Now, Simon Marks, describe where we are now in all this and the historic significance of it, if you can.
Well, this certainly is very historically significant, Britt. We're approaching Wellington Arch, which is at the end of Hyde Park. The cortege is going to leave Hyde Park behind it and enter Green Park as it makes its way down Constitution Hill, along the Mall and towards Whitehall and Downing Street. This is important. There you see, I think, Prince Philip, the father of Prince Charles, on his way towards Westminster Abbey. The importance of the cortege passing through that arch is historically interesting, because normally this arch is only opened for the monarch or close members of the royal family to pass through. There's Elton John going into the cathedral, the Abbey. Of course, he's going to be playing a key role today.
I believe that's George Michael's with him,
Michael,
the singer. I mean, these are the first of a group. Sting and others are anticipated this morning as well.
As we noted earlier, of course, Elton John will sing a rewritten version of Candle in the Wind, which will begin not Goodbye Norma Jean, as we noted, but Goodbye England's Rose.
Simon, as the cortege moves down Constitution Hill, you had taken us through the arch. Can you give us a bit more of the location and what we're seeing?
Sure, we're at the back of Buckingham Palace now, heading down Constitution Hill and really getting to that part of London where most of the royal residences are located. And within a few minutes, the gun carriage is going to be passing by Clarence House, home of the Queen Mother, of course, 97 years old this year, and then St. James's Palace, where we've seen such emotional scenes this week as crowds have stood in line for between 10 and 12 hours to sign those condolence books that have been laid out for them. So really now, the gun carriage beginning to reach the heart of its journey as it heads towards Westminster Abbey.
Simon, you mentioned Clarence House, and many people will remember in 1981, that is where Princess Diana was staying just before she came out in those yards and yards of ivory silk to enter the glass carriage that took her to her wedding.
That's correct, Catherine. I mean, in many respects, this area is really Princess Diana's neighborhood. This is the area where she lived and spent an awful lot of time when she was in London, which is why, of course, as the gun carriage makes its way down Constitution Hill and the Mall, the crowds are only going to get thicker, because we're heading towards the key landmarks in this city that the procession will be passing.
There you see some of the representatives of charitable groups and people that Diana had visited and who felt they had been helped by her and her charitable undertakings. As Catherine earlier noted, these people have been encouraged to come as you are, so to speak, and they are doing so.
And of course, as we approach Buckingham Palace, the question will be answered that is still hanging in the air as to whether or not Princess Diana's two sons, William and Harry, will take their place behind the gun carriage and walk the final mile from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Abbey. There will, of course, be all of those representatives from the various charities who will join the procession at that time, allowed to just come in as the gun carriage passes, but there still is a debate whether or not the sons will join the procession.
Well, based on what we've seen so far, Catherine, it would seem fairly clear that if they do, it will provoke an extraordinary reaction, and it will be fascinating to see how it goes.
I had understood in reading about this that the Queen did not want them there, and public reaction is somewhat mixed, whether or not the sons should have to grieve so publicly in that fashion. Prince Charles, of course, was 30 when he walked behind Lord Mountbatten's gun carriage in his funeral. We may be, can't see the faces here. More individuals obviously entering
Simon, how Mark's going to be able to bail us out here? Yeah. Simon, who is that? Was that the sisters?
No, that's not the sisters. They haven't arrived yet, Britt. I'm not entirely sure who that was.
Well, actually, the Spencer family, I believe, won't be arriving for another 25, 30 minutes.
In 17 seconds.
In 17 seconds.
In terms of the debate over whether Prince William and Prince Harry are going to walk behind the gun carriage, it's been said here throughout the week that Prince Charles was going to be involved. There's Tony Blair and his wife Cherie arriving. Tony Blair, who was said to be planning a very significant role for Diana during the course of his, what he hopes anyway, will be just his first term in office. She'd expressed the desire to become an ambassador of goodwill for Britain throughout the world, and it seemed as though Tony Blair was very keen for her to play that role as an ambassador for the new Britain that he's so keen to promote.
You know, Simon, this has been, I think it's fair to say, a quite deft performance by Tony Blair this week, because on the one hand, he was pressing the royal family to do the things that would respond to this public outpouring that we've seen, and on the other, he was defending the royals against the harsh criticism that they received from some quarters.
In fact, apparently there was quite a bit of consultation directly with the Queen and with Prince Charles about what to do.
Exactly, and we saw, of course, in his public remarks, his skill at expressing his feelings without losing his dignity and so on. He's been likened many times to, there's the actor Tom Conte, a familiar face on American as well as British screens. And Blair's been often likened to Bill Clinton, and I think that the comparison is quite apt, that they possess a number of the same skills, a gift for extemporaneous remarks and a sense of the ability to express emotion and in ways that seem appropriate to occasions.
Interesting to note also that Tony Blair and his wife will be lunching with the Queen and Prince Philip at Balmoral tomorrow, really being taken in to the royal fold very quickly, because, of course, prior to being Prime Minister, Henry Kissinger.
There you see, I'm sorry to interrupt, Simon. You see Dr. Henry Kissinger and his wife. He has spoken quite warmly of Diana, and obviously had a high regard for her. Perhaps
there's Sir Richard Attenborough.
Sir Richard Attenborough. Dr. Kissinger, doubtless, as a public man, admired her skills in dealing with the press and with television.
And that's Clive James, a well-known television personality and Australian writer here in Britain, also a good friend of Diana's.
As we continue to watch the guests arrive, we were talking about the sons and whether or not they will participate. It was quite interesting that Prince Charles expressed publicly through his advisors.
Here we see the Queen, Catherine.
Ah, there she is,
leaving
yes,
Buckingham Palace, followed by Prince Edward, her youngest son, and the Princess Royal, Princess Anne.
Oh, there she is. And to what I'm sure for her is a quite welcome round of applause.
There was actually some fear when the Queen and the royal family came out for the first time at Balmoral, they might even be booed. The crowd had become so incensed that there had been no reaction from the royal family. It's just amazing how quickly that has turned around.
Indeed.
This really the entire royal family now gathered outside Buckingham Palace. We've said that there have been some unprecedented scenes this week, and this is certainly one of them. I don't remember ever seeing anything like this before. Princess Margaret is in the middle of your picture there, standing next to Prince Andrew, the Duke of York.
It's quite a tableau, isn't it, Simon? They don't get together and pose like that too often, do they?
They certainly don't. Certainly not out in public, right in front of Buckingham Palace like that. Normally, when you see them at the palace, you see them gathering on a balcony to wave at their subjects beneath them. Again, perhaps an indication of the extent to which they've been forced to rethink protocol as a result of the very difficult public reaction that there's been to their initial response to Diana's death.
Simon, it's quite interesting. We haven't seen her clearly, but understand that Sarah Ferguson is also there. Someone that we haven't heard much from. Obviously, she did pay her visit to St. James Palace and to Princess Diana there. But she lost her title upon her divorce as Her Royal Highness, and that set the precedent, many say, for the Queen to also remove the title from Princess Diana after her divorce from Charles.
That's correct. You can see Sarah Ferguson there just to the right of your picture. Prince Andrew was also there with his two daughters, Princess Stephanie and Princess Eugenie. So very much this family that wants to be seen today to be together and to be grieving in public in a way in which one wonders whether they would have been grieving had the reaction to their initial response not been quite so negative. Just going back to that debate on whether, there you see Prince Andrew, the Queen, and Prince Andrew's two daughters, the Queen's two granddaughters. Going back to that debate over whether Prince William and Prince Harry were going to walk behind the gun carriage or not, it said that Prince Charles is in favor of them doing so, depending on how they had managed the sort of photo opportunity that we saw yesterday when they and the Prince took a look at the flowers that had been placed in memory of Princess Diana. They seem to handle that extremely well, so that might suggest that we will indeed see them walking behind the carriage later on.
Yes, Simon, he seemed to also make it very clear it was to be their choice, that they would have a real voice in all of this. But certainly with the public reaction to the two young princes, I think that the monarchy would like the public to be able to interact, to see those young men, and they have been extraordinary in the last several days, going out and meeting the public under these circumstances.
And you've really seen them, Catherine, move center stage, totally center stage in the absence of their mother, really eclipsing their father in the public's mind. Prince Charles, I think, did himself some good in the public mind by being seen with them, but all the headlines in the papers centered on the way in which William and Harry reacted to the sight of the flowers and the crowds when they reached London.
There you see a very good look there at Sarah Ferguson, Fergie as she is universally known.
Actually, she has been caught up in a bit of, not really controversy, but has been working, of course, in the United States and had prepared a commercial that referred to running from the paparazzi. And this commercial was to begin airing, and of course was immediately pulled upon news of the events in Paris.
She and Prince Andrew are said still to be extremely close friends, despite the difficulties in their marriage, and we'll probably see that exhibited throughout the day today.
The procession is now passing through one of the phases where, well, it's coming out of it now. The reason for that period of silence was that there are obviously microphones along the route set up to pick up the sound of the hoofs and such sounds from the crowd as may be heard. And They're not everywhere, and sometimes the sound fades a bit, as it did just then.
Actually, we've just gotten reports that police are now estimating there are about 4 million people in central London. This may be a bit smaller, it's hard to imagine, but a bit smaller than originally estimated in the last several days, because people may be afraid of access. There have been so many warnings in the last 48 hours about not using cars, not using the tube, the underground service, because of the crowds, that it may have kept some people away. But 4 million in the central city.
Now said to be 72 roads and streets said to be closed. Central London is virtually closed to motor traffic.
And of course, there's some 26,000 members of the Metropolitan Police. They're all on duty. Scotland Yard canceled all leaves. They're all on duty.
There, of course, is the Royal Standard flying above Buckingham Palace, which will come down when she departs and will be replaced, we're told, by the Union Jack, which will, in an unprecedented gesture, be flown at half-staff.
And it would seem, Britt, as though the royal family is now waiting outside the gates of Buckingham Palace for the cortege to pass by, so quite literally paying respects in a deeply personal fashion, in a way that is sure to be commented on, the length and breadth of the land.
And of course, as the cortege passes Buckingham Palace, that is when individuals will join the procession and walk behind it. And there will be an amazing array of individuals. A little girl, Holly Everson, will be joining the procession. She met Princess Diana, in fact, at one of Pavarotti's concerts. As we're continuing to see pictures here of the mourners. But this little girl was a cancer patient who was befriended by Princess Diana, and she's now, after many operations, in recovery and wanted to be here and was invited to walk behind the cortege.
The Welsh Guards there following the gun carriage with those enormous fur hats, the busbies, and they will be acting as pallbearers once the coffin reaches Westminster Abbey.
Now we see the arrival of the First Lady, Hillary Clinton of the United States. She, of course, came over from Martha's Vineyard, where she and the President had been vacationing. And as we said earlier, she was considered the appropriate representative from the United States, but also she and Princess Diana met on several occasions. And Hillary Clinton has been quoted about the princess, and apparently they enjoyed a friendship between the two of them, as well, of course, as with President Clinton himself.
This is a quite remarkable moment as the gun carriage passes the royal family standing outside Buckingham Palace to pay respects to Princess Diana. Is going to be seen by many people in Britain as the royal family making the fitting tribute to Princess Diana that perhaps they could have done earlier in the week.
wondered if perhaps the royal family would fall in behind the procession, but I see not.
Looks like they're heading back into Buckingham Palace, presumably to get into some limousines and then head to the Abbey.
No sign yet of the boys or the prince, is it?
No,
if I'm
that's
not
correct.
mistaken.
That's correct.
Which I have a feeling tells us something, that we're going to see them. I'm just guessing, of course, but we hear the skirl of a bagpipe. I wonder if that's in the crowd or where that's coming from. This was not to be any formal music accompanying this.
You see the flowers on the front of the casket, the cortege, the small grouping of flowers. You noticed a card sticking out of that, and in the front of the card says Mummy, obviously from her children. All right, as they make the turn from Buckingham Palace, it is 1 mile to Westminster Abbey. This was to have been the original length of the procession, but of course was increased to over 3 miles,
And from what
really at public demand.
Yeah, and you can see by the crowds we've seen, Catherine, that it was clearly wise for the planners to have done so, because it would have been impossible for people to have seen what in any numbers, and it would have been an unfortunate and further public reaction, it strikes me, to that.
We actually see Prince Charles and the 2 boys in another shot that looks like they may be coming out.
Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, is with them.
Who, of course, is to join. There we are. There we've got the picture. So it looks like all of them will be joining the procession. I would expect. Certainly Earl Spencer was to do so, as with Prince Charles, and the boys are with them. And of course, on the right, Prince Harry, who will be 13 in about 10 days, and Prince William there in the back at 15.
Taller than his father, it seems, and noticeably taller, it seems, than his grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh, who just passed around his right. How unutterably sad for those 2 boys.
Princess Diana and both, she and Prince Charles have, as the world has watched, done such an extraordinary job with these 2 young men, given the difficulties they have already encountered in their life, the trouble in the marriage, the ultimate divorce. but have done such an amazing job protecting them, asking the press to let them be, to let them vacation and spend time away from the camera's eye, having to step forward so publicly at this time. For some time, though, many people have been remarking on Prince William, how much he has, well, how quickly, I guess, he has matured, that he is a very serious young man who, prior to this, already seemed to be taking the weight of the world on his shoulders.
I wonder if the owner of that dog whose barks we could just hear recognizes that his dog's sounds are being heard around the world.
When we talk about the problems facing the monarchy and the public reaction to the royal family in the last couple of days, it is also worth remembering that Princess Diana was not trying in many ways to bring down the monarchy, that she wanted to see Prince William succeed to the throne.
And if anything, she was trying to modernize the monarchy.
Yes. Yes, and taking the children to Disneyland.
There's a close-up, a wonderful close-up of Prince William.
Yes.
It's worth noting, and we may have to do this again, Catherine, that there will be in the church, in the Abbey, no close-ups, we're told, allowed of members of the royal family during the service.
Or the Spencer family,
or the
yes.
Spencer family, and that is what the British pool representing the broadcasters has agreed to. As it's of course possible they will break that agreement, but one suspects not, so that these shots we see or have seen of the family may be the closest shots we see. Obviously a great focus and interest in this country and elsewhere on those boys.
Well, Princess Diana really made a point of bringing them out and trying as best she could to let them lead a normal life, very different from the life Prince Charles had as a child, raised as a royal and to do his duty from childhood, whereas as these young men, ate at McDonald's and were taken to Disneyland.
You know, I thought being a royal meant you didn't have to eat at McDonald's.
But she tried very hard to expose them to the broader world.
coverage on Fox News. Farewell to a Princess, the funeral of Princess Diana.
The volunteers now from representing many, many charities, I believe 101, have now come behind the princes and joined the procession as invited members of the procession on its way to Westminster Abbey.
For the benefit of viewers who may just now be joining our coverage, the five princes and the Duke of four princes, and, well, excuse me.
And Earl Spencer.
And Earl Spencer. It is Prince William, Diana's elder son, Prince Harry, her younger son, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, and Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, have joined the procession as it passed, just after it passed Buckingham Palace, and they have now been joined behind them by this knot of people who, as you noted, Catherine, represent some 101 charities.
5 from each, so you've got some 500 plus people added to the procession.
Who were affected by Princess Diana in her charitable undertakings. You see now the faces. This tableau here, a sample of the emotion that the passage of this casket has evoked in the mourners along the route.
In fact, we received word that there were several mourners outside Kensington Palace that had collapsed with grief, and of course,
perhaps with fatigue as well.
Yes, but London has been prepared for this with everything from water stations to various medical aid tents around to try and cope with this many people. Many people will remember seeing this passage in 1981 when then Lady Diana was on her way to be married to Prince Charles.
Simon marks as we
let's just show
watch here, we see that Princess Diana's two sisters and her mother, Frances Shand Kidd, have arrived now at Westminster Abbey.
Lady Sarah McCorquodale and Lady Jane Fellows, I believe.
Who will both have readings during the service. Her mother has come down from the small island on which she lives on the west coast of Scotland, very near the famous Isle of Skye. And she has recently converted to Catholicism and is said, in all accounts, to be dealing with her grief at Diana's death in an intensely religious way.
And then behind them were Diana's nephews and nieces. So these are the members, then, of the Spencer family arriving. Next to him, Prince Harry, then Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, and Prince William. Many wonder whether or not that young man will succeed to the throne instead of Prince Charles. Certainly there had been a push by Diana at one point that take place. And of course, closest to on the left of your screen is Prince Philip. Simon, we spoke earlier about the extraordinary reaction of the British people to the boys, to her sons, and their decorum through all of this. Just amazing to imagine at age 15 and age 13 the pressures and responsibilities that have descended on these two young men.
Utterly extraordinary, Catherine, and I think the images that we're seeing now are only going to add to the feelings that were being expressed all week, really, that these two young men really represent the future for the royal family, if it has one. There have been some very significant voices here this week suggesting that perhaps Prince Charles will not follow the Queen, but in fact Prince William will somehow find that there will be a method found for Prince William to succeed her. Here you see the Queen beginning to leave Buckingham Palace by car. And shortly that royal standard will be brought down and replaced by the Union Jack, which will fly at half-staff until midnight. Interesting too, I think, Catherine, that the men of the royal family are here walking behind the gun carriage, including Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, who himself had extremely difficult relationship with Princess Diana. This really an effort, I think, by the royal family to be seen united in grief. No surprise, really, that the Queen isn't walking and that the other members of the royal family aren't walking, but the fact that you have Prince Philip there with Prince Charles and Prince William and Harry, really reflecting, I think, the fact that the royal family wants to be perceived to be united in grief over this.
All right, Simon, the Queen Mum is arriving. Of course, Elizabeth II's mother, much beloved by the British people. It's interesting, though, that she, like Diana, was of nobility but not royalty when she married George VI, and apparently had much the same difficulty as Princess Diana. She was perceived in those days before the marriage and thereafter as very open and effervescent and reaching out to the people in a sometimes inappropriate way, and received a lot of the same criticism.
That's correct. Perceived to have far more humanity than other members of the royal family. Perhaps the event that's most often cited in her life is when, during the Blitz, during World War II, she went into the East End of London and said to her aides, "I have to go there because I need to be able to look the East Enders in the eye." Just one reason, I think, why she, like Princess Diana, proved, and in the case of the Queen Mother continues to prove, to be so popular among the British people.
And it was sad because those two had had a falling out, obviously, with all of the difficulties surrounding the divorce, and the Queen Mum did not approve, as with the rest of the royal family, of many of the actions taken by Diana, and certainly her independence. And yet, in so many ways, when looking at the two, there were a number of parallels, and they have been consistently the most popular, the favorites among the people.
A clash of generations, in a way, Catherine, over how to interpret the sense of duty, and I think that perhaps lies at the heart of the difficulties the Queen has experienced this week.
The Duke and Duchess of Kent have arrived at the Abbey. The Duchess of Kent, of course, is familiar to tennis fans the world over as the member of the family who, as the member of British aristocracy who presides at Wimbledon, the great and still premier tennis tournament in the world. And the last one played on grass.
Many may remember, again, hearkening back to 1981, that it was, in fact, the Queen Mum who, as some would say, suggested then Lady Diana as the bride for Prince Charles.
Many believe, of course, Catherine, that he married her because his family wanted him to. Although it was certainly hard for people who saw the pictures and accounts of the romance and the wedding not to think that he wouldn't have been crazy about her, and perhaps at the time he was.
Now, staying there at Clarence House with the Queen Mum, there were words reported by Diana when she left Clarence House that she felt like the lamb going out.
Hearing a cheer going up apparently for the arrival of Princess Margaret.
And just days before the wedding, of course, she apparently had found a bracelet he intended to give to Camilla Parker Bowles. And
Simon, tell us. Simon, give us a sense. Where are we in this parade now, in this procession?
We're heading down Whitehall. We've just passed the Cenotaph, which is the scene of the annual remembrance ceremony for World War II and World War I. We're heading down Whitehall, past Downing Street, towards Parliament Square, the Palace of Westminster, Big Ben, and then Westminster Abbey.
you can see there that Sarah Ferguson and the children, Eugenia and Beatrice, have arrived to applause. She also was seen as a bit of a renegade by the royal family, and as we said earlier, lost her title with the divorce of Her Royal Highness.
There you get a sense from that applause, Catherine, that perhaps, for whatever reason they may have decided to do it, the prince's decision, along with Diana's brother, to walk behind the coffin has had at least one of the desired effects.
We just had a shot of the Union Jack at half-staff, as we've described during the morning. That is unprecedented, the first time that has ever occurred. The Royal Standard coming down, you can see there, to be replaced by the Union Jack.
Which, as you note correctly, Catherine, is flying at half-staff all over town.
Yes.
Already.
This, of course, is a shot of the top of Buckingham Palace. People wanted to see this.
There it is. And that is the first time that's ever happened. Now, the cortege will soon pass Downing Street, which until very recently, of course, number 10 is has long been the residence of the Prime Minister, and for many years, it was an ordinary street in London that you could just walk up and walk past the house if you chose to. But in the age of terrorism, that is no longer so, and that is now a gated street, that block of Downing Street. There's what you described earlier, Catherine, those flowers. That is so very touching.
With all the things that attracted people to this woman, whether it was her glamour or charm or work with charities, it still was always topped by her obvious love of those boys and being a mother.
And it was said in recent years to be the one area in which her relationship with her former husband was not so strained, that they worked at cooperating in the rearing of those boys and had a little peace between themselves, at least on that front. Here obviously is one of the roles is that bringing Queen Elizabeth. Simon, what is that monument?
That's the cenotaph, Britt. That's where the remembrance ceremony takes place every year for the 2 world wars. Always bathed in flowers of some kind. Today, of course, even more relevant than usual. So the cortege is now passing down Whitehall. It's left number 10 Downing Street behind it. All the buildings that line either side of this street serve as government ministries, part of the civil service.
Yes, obviously we're just moments away from the cortege arriving at Westminster Abbey. And the senior members of the royal family, those arriving by car, are here. You can see Queen Elizabeth.
Yes.
Queen Elizabeth II stepping out of the car. And the Queen Mum just behind her. An extraordinarily popular figure with the family and has remained so for so many years.
Catherine, imagine that woman is 97 years old.
And her birthday every year is such a celebration for the British people.
Simon, who greeted them? Is that Dean Wesley Carr of Westminster? Do you know? Yes, that is Dean Wesley Carr of Westminster. He will preside. He will be one of 2 clerics who will preside at this service, the other one being George Carey, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and a very public figure.
As the gun carriage approaches Westminster Abbey, we talked about the 2,000 invited guests, but there are several very large screens that have been set up in Hyde Park, giant television screens that will show the funeral and show the proceedings to the crowds that have assembled.
As you see the Queen being escorted through the Abbey, we hear the music from inside. film Terms of Endearment, which of course was a huge hit and popularized that particular piece of classical music. This service about 5 minutes away. It's worth reminding viewers that the rules as agreed to by the television pool and the organizers of this service are that there are to be no close-ups of members of the Spencer family or members of the royal family during the service.
The Welsh Guards that you're seeing there that carried the casket from Kensington Palace will now be responsible for moving it into Westminster Abbey.
And as we've noted, those guards will take the unusual step of removing their bearskin hats, the famous busbies as they're called.
The Welsh Guard has come in from Northern Ireland where they were on duty there this week to participate. Now we are going to be listening to the very Reverend Dr. Wesley Carr. He's the Dean of Westminster.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents, but especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
That's Lady Sarah McCorquodale, Diana's older sister.
If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
listening. We were listening to Lynn Dawson, the soprano, singing one of Princess Diana's favorite pieces of music, we understand. That was Verdi's Requiem. And now we are going to be hearing an anonymous poem that will be read by Lady Jane Fellows, the eldest sister of Princess Diana. Lady Jane's husband is the Queen's personal secretary.
For those who wait. Too swift for those who fear. Too long for those who grieve. Too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
This is a hymn adapted from the Lord's Prayer, I mean, from the 23rd Psalm. The Right Honorable Tony Blair, Prime Minister of Great Britain.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child.
beautiful tribute by Elton John, Goodbye England's Rose. We will now hear a tribute by the Earl Spencer.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard-bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we'd been transported back to our childhood when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this: a girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
Earl Charles Spencer could not hear it inside the Abbey, but his remarks were applauded in the street by the mourners who were gathered outside and hearing him on loudspeaker, especially those, and there you see them inside and outside the church. You see the applause. The applause occurred as well outside, especially in his remarks about the paparazzi and the press. Prayers will now be led by the Right Honorable Dr. George Carey, Archbishop of Canterbury. Dr. Carey, Archbishop of Canterbury.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharge their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the brokenhearted, hear our prayer. The princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today. That touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for
for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who worked for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others, we pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer. Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now and forevermore. Amen.
We will now hear the
Let
commendation
us
by
commend our
Reverend
sister
Wesley
Diana
Carr.
to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
As you saw moments ago now, the cortege was taken to the west end of the church where the Welsh Guards halted, and for that minute, when they stood there, the entire nation observed that moment of silence broken by the Abbey bells ringing.
This is an extraordinary thing, Catherine. I don't recall ever seeing, especially at the time of mourning, applause for a passing hearse. The public here was able to participate in this service to an extraordinary degree. The service was audible on loudspeakers. It was visible on the giant screens that you saw in Hyde Park. And you could see in the pictures that people were singing along with the hymns, that they were participating in the prayers when they came, so that they can say that they very much attended this.
Well, David Lee Miller was out in Hyde Park where those giant television screens were with the citizens. David?
Catherine, people here were visibly moved. Many people were crying, and I don't think they have ever seen anything like this in this park before. It was truly a moving and incredible scene. There were times during the service itself that the crowd began to applaud, in particular when Princess Diana's brother, Earl Spencer, criticized the paparazzi. People here immediately responded. They also responded with applause when Earl Spencer mentioned the fact that Diana didn't need a title, a royal title, to do her good work. People were very, very moved by his words. They were also greatly moved by Elton John. They were standing on their feet when he sang. They were standing, and when the song ended, I don't think there was a dry eye in Hyde Park. The highlight of the service for many of these people, though, was undoubtedly Earl Spencer, and I think a lot of people here agreed with many of the things he had to say. Catherine?
Thanks, David. And Britt, he actually said something else that I thought was very interesting. He was talking about the boys, the sons, and he said, "We, your blood family, we will help take care of these boys. We want them to experience life, to arm them spiritually and emotionally as you would have wanted."
Well, between that...
Very express remarks to the royal family.
Exactly, and the comment about her not needing a title. She had wanted to hang on to the ability to be called Her Royal Highness, and that was taken from her in the settlement. And so while she retained the title Princess of Wales, she could no longer be called Her Royal Highness. And obviously the resentment that she may have felt about that was certainly shared by her brother.
And his very tragic reference to the source of her name, the Greek huntress, and in fact became the most hunted woman in the world. It is a horrible thought and a horrible condemnation of the press.
Indeed, and it was the only time in this entire service that a single note of bitterness was heard, and it was very strong.
Yes. The hearse is beginning the trip, which will take it partway over the route traveled by the cortege. It will go back to Hyde Park Corner, and from there up to the Marble Arch and on to Althorpe Park in, let's see, it's Northamptonshire.
You can see, Catherine, the flowers being tossed at the hearse in considerable number by people along the way, and you hear again and see again the applause. An unusual reaction.
And the police, of course, have taken great steps to prepare for and protect the crowds, because this portion of the trip to return to the Spencer estate will include traveling along the A4, I believe, as well as the M1, which are major highways, and they anticipate motorways that people will continue to line these routes.
It is a journey of some 80 miles that it takes now, or at least once it gets out on the road, and our man Simon Marks knows the territory. Simon, tell us something about the trip.
that it travelled down towards Westminster Abbey, and then basically it's going to head straight north through the North London suburbs towards the foot of the M1 motorway. That's one of Britain's principal north-south highways, and it'll join the M1 quite literally at the start of the motorway and head up through 15 separate junctions, completing the 77-mile journey to the Althorpe estate in Northamptonshire.
And the original intent had been that Diana be buried in the chapel there, the church there in the town, and that has now changed, Simon, as you know, to the little island at the center of this ornamental lake on the family estate.
That's correct, Britt. There's been some dispute about precisely where she should be buried. At one point it was suggested that she might be buried in the church at Great Brington, but I think considerable concern that the church would then become something of a tourist attraction and a place that the public would want to travel to 365 days a year. So the family has now decided to keep the burial within the grounds of the Spencer estate. It will be open to the public a few weeks a year, but for most of the time it's going to be closed to public viewing. So that was the final decision that came down, much to the relief of the villagers of Great Brington, who were very concerned about the prospect of their small village, quite literally, being put on the map all over the world.
And I suspect, sensing or fearing that the church might in effect be sacked by souvenir hunters who might come there to see Diana's resting place. And I think a feeling as well in the family that they wanted to have a quiet place where her sons could go and pay their respects when they're there and whenever they cared to.
That's absolutely correct. I think that was a key element in the decision-making process.
But this is certainly another major break with tradition that we have seen. The family chapel there at the Church of St. Mary the Virgin was built for the Spencers in 1516. And of course, some of the people in Great Britain were saddened that Diana could not be buried next to her father because they were very, very close. And of course, he is buried there in the chapel.
You know, there's an American connection with that place and that family estate because George Washington's great-great-great-grandfather Lawrence, we are told, is buried there. Now, I don't even want to imagine how far back that goes.
Yes, Lawrence Washington, and actually lies at Althorpe.
Yes, on the estate.
But in fact, the decision not to bury her in the chapel, but on the park, once you see the location, there is this small island inside the ornamental pond, and over the years, various members of the royal family on this estate, as well as the Spencers, have planted the oak trees that surround the area. It's a small island where Diana used to play as a child, and certainly both of her sons have already been there, and it's an extraordinarily beautiful spot.
As viewers could have seen in that shot, we had an excellent view of the exterior there of Westminster Abbey and as the casket was brought in and taken out, and it was obvious from the struggle that you could see that those strapping Welsh guards had with it, that it was heavy. And the reason for that is that it is lined with lead and is estimated to weigh some 560 pounds, which is not too great an amount for 8 big guys to lift, but it's not easy to wield gracefully and easily. And you could see as they bore it on their arms and shoulders and reaching across with arms around each other's shoulders, that was no small feat they were undertaking there. And I imagine that those guys are very glad that their part of today's duty is over and they did not drop a single petal, let alone a single flower. one wonders, in thinking about the remarks of Earl Charles Spencer, Diana's brother, the expressions of great bitterness toward the press and the photographers in particular, how this will affect those boys, particularly William, who is said already to have a very strong disdain for the news media. And as his moment approaches and as he gets older and as the prospect of his being the future king comes more into focus, he is going to be less, I mean more, not less, in the public eye. And it strikes me that it may add to the difficulties he will have in adjusting if he carries with him, as it would be entirely understandable if he did, the feeling that these were the people who, to some degree or another, were his mother's assassins.
Well, he has made that clear in talking about the press, certainly the paparazzi and the tabloid press having blood on their hands. He made that remark after she died, and he said specifically in his tribute he would protect the boys from a similar fate. And I think that referenced a life being pursued by the media, certainly.
There has been, Catherine, comparisons drawn between the ability that the Clintons have shown to keep Chelsea Clinton shrouded largely from public view and away from unwanted press attention. But this is a different atmosphere. A member of the royal family has no duties, so as such, no official duties. It is not possible to draw the line of distinction that one can draw with an American family in public life, or even for that matter, for a British one, such as Prime Minister Blair and his family, between the public figure who is at the head of the family and perhaps the spouse to some degree or another, and the children. You are a public figure if you're royalty by virtue of your birth and from your birth. And to say you're going to be shielded, or you hope to be shielded from public view and from the depredations of the paparazzi is an understandable wish, but one wonders if it's possible without leading a life of utter seclusion.
Well, and in fact, when the royal family sees as their duty relationship, ongoing, continuing relationship with the public.
The part of the function of the royal family, obviously, is to give expression symbolically to the nation's sentiments, to be symbols of the nation, to be symbols of nationhood, and that is something that the Brits have really perfected through centuries. Speaking of the Clintons, Mrs. Clinton now leaving Westminster Abbey, and so much ceremonial activity, public ceremonial activity, is part of their duty that that one wonders how you shield Prince William from it. We want to note that some of our Fox stations may be cutting away shortly, but Fox News will continue its coverage of the funeral of Princess Diana.
As we watch the hearse continue on its way, the Queen was criticized so roundly for not showing emotion in the days immediately following Diana's death, and then somewhat in her remarks last night that she did not seem upset or to emote. But in fact, those who watched her inside Westminster said apparently she had handkerchief in hand and looked, quote, utterly distraught.
It must be very hard for her, coming from a generation and a time in which, in the royal family in particular, and in Britain more generally, there was a great premium, and premium was placed on, and pride taken in reserve,
yes,
in dignity, in not wearing one's heart on one's sleeve, in always being in control. And she seems to find herself now in the midst of a new age when open expressions, public expressions of emotion are deemed not only appropriate from leaders around the world and politicians around the world, but necessary.
Yes.
The ability to do that and thereby give voice and expression to what may be the feelings of a nation. You know, I covered the White House for a time, and it was clear from doing that part of the duty of a president of the United States, for example, is to be a kind of national chaplain in times of trouble, and to find a way to express the emotions that are being felt by large segments of the populace.
Well, and in fact, we watched as Bob Dole had that very difficulty when confronting Bill Clinton, an older generation who was out-politicked, if you would, certainly, by President Clinton. And Prince Charles has found himself, I would say, in the same boat. He was raised still at a time, and we saw him then outmaneuvered, if you will, by Princess Diana, who adapted so quickly, and of course was never brought up in that environment.
In some sense, they must have wondered, the royal family must have wondered what had hit them when that marriage began to sour and difficult times arose, and it became necessary for them to extricate themselves from their bond with the Spencer family and with Diana. And accustomed as they must have been to being able to determine the terms of such things, they found that their terms were not going to be accepted. And moreover, that the person in this fairy tale story who had captured the public's imagination was not Prince Charles, but Princess Diana. And how?
Yes.
And that public sentiment turned in her favor when that occurred, and they were never able to exercise the kind of will and sort of rule that they were accustomed to. We're coming up now in just a few seconds on the time when some of our Fox stations may indeed be breaking away, but viewers should know that for those that don't, that our Fox News coverage of the funeral of Princess Diana and its immediate aftermath will continue. The London police urged people, warned people that there you see a sense of how far away from the center of things and how far away from the original cortege route people had gathered in such numbers, and warned people not to bring their children, fearing that perhaps there would be a crushing crowd and a security problem perhaps. But one thing we have seen plenty of today along this parade route is children.
Yes.
And very much participating. Perhaps reflecting an era, there you see John Major leaving Westminster Abbey, when people shielded their children from events of this kind. A more modern generation of parents perhaps feels that children should participate.
Well, actually, it was interesting that Princess Diana supported that notion and, in fact, worked with a group I think participated. It wasn't putting together a book, but was very supportive, that had children going through this process and understanding the grieving process in a way that certainly was not done in the past. Simon Marks, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing now.
Well, Catherine, at the moment, the cortege is effectively heading directly north through some of the back streets of London. This route was altered by Buckingham Palace to allow the maximum number of people possible to pay their respects to Princess Diana, and very shortly it is going to pass the Regent's Park Mosque, where, of course, funeral services were held for Dodi Fayed last Sunday. Clearly, that's going to be an extraordinary moment as the cortege passes there and then heads up the Finchley Road through an area called Swiss Cottage towards the M1 motorway.
Simon, you mentioned Dodi Fayed, and in fact, the gravesite has been described as small, quiet, a rural village outside of London, but there at that site, there has been a gathering of mourners and flowers and candles, many coming to mourn on a smaller scale, but a very similar fashion.
Look at this outpouring of flowers tossed onto the hearse, many falling off, of course, but look at this. Remarkable. And of course, in the back, in some of the other pictures, you could see that this great crowd swells and falls in behind the procession as it goes along.
Going to pass the Regent's Park Mosque on the right-hand side of the street in just a moment.
Our colleague Shepard Smith is standing by out among the crowd. Shep?
We're in Hyde Park here, where thousands have gone to the street side in the last few minutes to watch as the hearse travels by here along Hyde Park. An incredible scene in this enormous place, in this sea of people some hour ago. The emotions have been swelling, certainly, since we arrived a week ago, and certainly climaxed, I believe, this afternoon, building through some poignant speeches, and certainly when the brother of Diana spoke, and none more so, I believe, than when Elton John sang. That was something which we have learned over the past few days here, was something to which the people here were looking forward with great anticipation. There had been some degree of talk about the lyrics and the fact that she was England's Rose as opposed to the United Kingdom's Rose, but that faded very quickly, and as he sat behind the piano there inside Westminster Abbey and they watched on the giant screens from this park, literally tens of thousands of people who had poured from the streets here and under the wet grass just a few blocks away, really. It was quite striking. The feeling which we got here as the media stood and listened, all speaking in French and Italian and German, broadcasting around the world, and as Elton John spoke or sang, not one eye, I believe, was dry on this platform of the hard and cold media, and certainly not in the crowd behind me. It was quite amazing to think how united this group was in admiring and looking toward a woman who personified so much charitability and humility and understanding and love. It was a very powerful moment. I am confident there is not a person who sat in Hyde Park today who will ever be able to forget this moment. I know that certainly I will not. There are days when work is difficult, and there are days when you feel sort of honored to be a part of it all, and this was one of the latter.
You know, Shep, as I was listening, Catherine and I were sitting here listening to the service and watching it, I thought to myself that song sung by Elton John, which is a sort of a touching song anyway, was made immensely more so by this occasion. But if that weren't enough for someone who was trying to get through watching this with a dry eye, then came the famous melody, the Londonderry, or Derry is County Derry Air, which many people around the world know as the tune to Danny Boy, a song which embodies all of the emotion we come to associate with the Irish people, and is almost a three-handkerchief affair by itself. And it seemed to me that if anybody was trying to get through watching this ceremony without having their emotions tugged very strongly, the combination of those two tunes would take care of that.
And a bit of irony as well. Excuse me,
I don't
Shep.
think it was possible to here. No, go right ahead, Catherine. I'm sorry.
Now, I was just going to add a bit of a very sad irony that Candle in the Wind was his tribute to Marilyn Monroe, written by Elton John's songwriting partner, but Bernie and Elton John, and she died at 36. It has now been rewritten for Princess Diana, and who died as well at 36.
It was thought,
you know, part of that is, I believe, that the fact that even Marilyn Monroe, when she died, there was such a sense of unity following that. And today, as people sat by the thousands and had come from across the country just to feel the spirit here, you could certainly watch it on television, as many millions are in the United States, but to be here and feel it and to be part of this experience is, I'm sure, what drew so many. And as they all sat crying in the grass behind me, I was touched by a sense of unity and the thought that, in fact, there were more than 2 billion people, it's estimated, all united in thought, at least, if not for this woman, certainly for the ideas which she embodied. The idea of charitability and strength and humility and concern for those less fortunate. And all together we came at this moment for this woman, and it was powerful beyond words.
Yeah, the 2 billion, I guess estimates of the television audience have ranged upwards to 2.5 billion, which is extraordinary.
Thanks, Shep. We have with us now Richard Stott again, joined us earlier, a columnist with the News of the World. Richard, we heard the remarks of Earl Spencer, where he particularly pointed out the paparazzi, the media, the effect on Diana's 2 sons, on Prince William and Prince Harry. What sort of legacy do you think they're receiving from all of this?
Well, I think that Earl Spencer's attack was understandable and was rather expected. If only life was as easy and as simple as just blaming the media and the paparazzi, because it isn't. Diana was the most famous woman in the world, and because of all the qualities that he spelt out in an extremely moving address, and all those people that were both in the Abbey and outside were here as a tribute to her compassion. And if you are the most famous woman in the world, and if you have touched so many hearts as she did, then you are going to get pursued by paparazzi. On the Prince William and Harry pledge that he would give them as much privacy as he possibly could, I think that he is pushing at an open door there. I think that all the British newspapers, at any rate, will give William and Harry all the time that they need and all the space of privacy that they require to get over this most dreadful tragedy of the loss of their mother.
But Richard, how long will that last? That will last a decent interval, perhaps, but ultimately they're going to be in the public eye, aren't they?
Inevitably, because he is eventually likely to be the king after Prince Charles. He has got 3 more years at Eton College, and already there is a self-imposed ban of any coverage at all of Prince William at Eton, and that has held very well within the British press. But the problem is not going to be the British press. The problem is going to be the foreign press, and as it always has been, the British press has undoubtedly been guilty of some excesses, and there is no doubt about that, and there's no point in trying to say that we haven't been. But the vast majority of it is caused by foreign publications, particularly Italian, German, French, and quite frequently in America as well.
And Richard, it's fair to say, isn't it, that as intense as the coverage of Diana may have been, and as unwelcome as she felt it was much of the time, isn't it true that it was very favorable coverage indeed?
Yes, I mean, most newspapers instinctively took her side over the breakup of the marriage with Prince Charles. She was, as I said earlier, the royal family, really, and you've only got to look at the enormous amounts of crowds coming out today. These people were seeing somebody who was their Queen of Hearts, and they were here for her, and they weren't here for the royal family, and that is largely a reflection of what has been appearing in the newspapers.
Now, Richard, what has to happen now for the royal family to be restored, if it can, to the full good graces of the British people? There was a survey, one public opinion survey, showed some months ago, I guess, that support for the monarchy, for the first time in history, I suppose, had dropped below 50%. That was unheard of.
Yes, it was, and that must have been an extremely worrying opinion poll for for the Queen and her family. What will happen now is that there will be a period of retrenchment by the newspapers. The coverage of the royal family will fall off. It was likely to fall off anyway because, quite honestly, the star of the constellation was Diana, and there aren't too many stars in there. There will be no coverage of William and Harry, or very little, unless there's something very unforeseen. The one remaining aspect of the royal family that is of interest both here and abroad is the relationship between Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles for some time, and that may bring them back into some kind of popularity. But the Queen has got a serious problem inasmuch as in Earl Spencer's speech, apart from attacking the press, there were some pretty unveiled remarks about the royal family, and particularly the remark where he said she didn't need a royal title. And that was a straightforward dig at the removal of the title Her Royal Highness.
This is quite an extraordinary picture now that we now see with this hearse increasingly covered now with the flowers that have been tossed from the crowd out onto it as it goes by. A remarkable sight.
I mean, this path the hearse is taking is something that, you know, sadly was very familiar. The area where Diana lived when she was in London prior to her marriage, the place where she taught kindergarten, that is passed through that area, and now heading on out toward the highway, which of course she traveled many times as she would vacation at Althorpe Park. Richard, what about the training of Prince William? Obviously, as he reaches a certain age, he really begins to undergo more and more instruction by the royal family, doesn't he?
Yes. The problem with this is that if Prince William is taught just alone by the royal family, that what you will have is inevitably a retreat back into the rather more solitary, standoffish approach that the royal family had adopted before the arrival of Diana. That instinctively was something that she was against.
And that actually was something that Earl Spencer also addressed.
Yeah, the royal family as to how they should approach their return to public life as they did yesterday. And the hand of Tony Blair and his team was there all the way through it. And I think that the Prime Minister will become a crucial person over the next 3-5 years in the schooling of Prince William and how the future of the monarchy is going to develop. And I think he'll do it together with Prince Charles, who listens to Tony Blair.
Well, it will be very interesting to see the extent of participation by the Spencers in a very public way with both of the sons, because he certainly, Earl Spencer, was talking about that, the spiritual and emotional development of the children and wanting to see them experience life as their mother would have wished.
As we see these remarkable shots of the hearse bombarded with flowers, so much so that the driver has periodically turned on the windshield wipers to prevent his view being obstructed. It's worth noting, Catherine, that these pictures, many of them have been courtesy of our sister network, Sky News, and I can't tell you how grateful we all feel to Sky for not only for the pictures they provided us for our coverage at Fox News Today, but also for all the support and help that we've gotten from them in the days that we've been here. It has been remarkable, and we are most grateful for it indeed. They do very fine work, and we're very glad to be able to help ourselves to it.
You can see the hearse, the motorcade, having to slow down because of the people stepping into the roadway. This is something the police had been concerned about after the official procession and the funeral itself had taken place, trying to control the millions of people. We don't know how many may be waiting outside the city, but certainly they talked about 4 million in the central city of London itself.
You know, it is remarkable how well the crowd behaves, though. It seems to basically back away. The police seem to be relatively few in number out on this part of the route, despite the enormous numbers of people out there. And people seem to be, the spirits seem to be good. The cooperation seems to be fine. I rather suspect that it's nerve-wracking, though, I wouldn't want to be the person in charge of security on all of this, so it must drive me nuts.
Well, certainly you talk about security, and it made me think about Lord Mountbatten, who died on his fishing boat as a result of an IRA terrorist attack. But in fact, some of the comments that we heard coming out of Ireland, both north and south, was the unity that those people were experiencing as a result of Princess Diana's death. That, again, the grieving across that nation, divided in other ways, brought them together on this day.
Well, and even if someone had had a mind to use this crowded London as a target today, the public revulsion at it would have been so great that I think that the IRA, if it were the IRA, would have been very foolish indeed to do anything on this day, and particularly, of course, in the midst of a ceasefire, which is the prelude to talks. So I think that while I'm sure the security authorities here in London were very worried about that, as they always are, the chances of that were less than one might have feared.
Well, certainly for so many reasons, and we've been talking today that many recognize Princess Diana as an individual and not so much as a royal, and targeting someone or a day, in fact, that celebrates in many ways her compassion and her love and charitable works and the rest of this might not be such a concern. You can see the motorcade beginning to move away from what would seem to be central London, the outskirts, where it will pick up the A4 to the M1 motorway. As you said, then be well on its way in the 78 to 80 miles to Althorpe Park. Simon Marks rejoins us now. Simon, can you give us an idea of where in the city the motorcade is?
I can indeed, Catherine. In fact, these are the very suburbs in which I was raised here in London. We're in the northwest of the city. We've travelled up the Finchley Road, and now we're heading to a place called Brent Cross, which is at the foot of the M1 motorway. We should be able to see what was for a long while a very significant landmark here in London, a place called the Brent Cross Shopping Centre, which was one of Britain's first American-style shopping malls, opened in the early 1970s.
Oh dear.
People used to travel to that part of London from all over Britain to visit it. And what strikes me looking at these pictures is just the amazing proximity that the people of these North London suburbs have to the cortege. I mean, they're not being held back at all, really being allowed to get extraordinarily close. It looks as though virtually everyone living out there has turned out for this.
Look at that, Simon, with the windshield wipers. I never saw anything like that in my life.
We're probably about 10 miles north of the centre of London now, so a considerable portion of the journey still ahead. I would think the cortege will be reaching the foot of the motorway within the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Simon, in terms of those who will then go from Westminster Abbey to Althorpe Park for the burial there at the lake, how many members of the royal family are anticipated to attend the burial services themselves?
Certainly Prince Charles and Prince William and Prince Harry. Those are the immediate members of the family that we know are going to be in attendance. Also clearly members of Princess Diana's immediate family, who of course will be there, the two sisters that we heard make those very emotional readings in Westminster Abbey, and her mother, and of course her brother, Charles Earl Spencer.
Because it's anticipated, I believe, that the Queen and Prince Philip would return to Buckingham Palace and the Queen Mum to Clarence House.
That's correct. And to pick up on something else that Earl Spencer was saying in the Abbey, I think one of the underlying subtexts of what we've seen here today is the development of quite a considerable rift between the Spencer family and the royal family. One phrase that Earl Spencer used in his tribute to his late sister was that Diana had lived what he referred to as the most bizarre life imaginable, which was just one of several parts of the speech that appeared to be clearly aimed at the lifestyle that the royal family had imposed upon her. And the fact that the principal members of the royal family don't seem to be traveling to Althorpe would suggest that that rift is now very, very real.
As that hearse draws ever farther away from the center of London, people gathered here are obviously beginning to move away themselves, and our colleague David Lee Miller, who is based here in London for Fox News, has been out with them today. And David, we'd like to hear any final thoughts you have about the people, the reaction, and the day.
It's obviously a day that no one is going to forget. No one that was here today or watched this on television will forget. In the immediate future now, I think all eyes are very much going to be on Prince Charles. Even today, he was under a great deal of scrutiny. There were those who suggested if he cried, he would be labeled a hypocrite, and if he kept his stiff British upper lip, he would be labeled unemotional. I think ultimately, people are going to decide how they feel about Prince Charles based on how he raises these two boys. I think it's a great deal more difficult to be a good single parent than the heir to the British throne. And I think ultimately that is how the people here will decide how they feel about the future monarch. Britt?
David, thanks very much. Catherine, it gives you a sense that while we all might think of the royals as people who live in privilege and spend their time hunting and playing polo and leading a great life of incomparable wealth and splendor, that situation described by David where Prince Charles was going to be criticized if he went one way and criticized if he went the other, suggests that being a royal can be, and being a potential monarch can be very difficult indeed.
Well, in fact, many people praised the stand he took this week when it was the discussion about both the Union Jack being replacing the Royal Standard and coming down at Buckingham Palace to have staff, and some of the other decisions where the Queen seemed to be pushing for protocol to lead the day, pushing to stick by the rules, that in fact Charles, many said, finally stood up to his mother and began to push back.
There was some terrific stuff in the press about that. It was stories about Charles standing up to his mother and father for the first time, said one account, and demanding that they go back to London and that they change the way all this was going to be done. And of course, it makes a great melodramatic story to think of Prince Charles doing that for the first time, if indeed it was the first time. The only thing about the story that bothers you is you wonder how anybody knew that, and how it got to the newspapers, and whether it wasn't a matter of a bit of frothy exuberance on the part of some of our journalistic colleagues. That was one of those stories that I read in one place and did not see anywhere else. And I've always had the sense about exclusive stories that you don't want them to remain exclusive. And you wonder about the ones that do. But it makes it.
Well, but it also relates to what we were saying earlier, that it seems he is listening to Prime Minister Tony Blair, and that he is has built a relationship with him, as has Blair with the royal family, and certainly there would be some influence there that we might be reading about. is amazing, Britt, looking at this. It does not look like the crowds have diminished at all as the hearse makes its way further away from the center of the city on out toward the highway. Now, there it is.
There it is, out on the. It seems to have hit the motorway. I mean,
Obviously, you're on a bridge.
Yes, that's what's called a dual carriageway. We call it in the U.S. We call that a divided highway.
Yes.
But out there now, obviously, there's no place up on that. That's an elevated roadway. That's not any place where anybody can stand. So I suspect as they pass through villages and communities along the way that they will find they've not seen the last of people gathered. And it looks as if obviously the road has been closed for some distance because that hearse has the road to itself. Stop now. Probably to get the flowers off the hood. That's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what they're doing.
Well, they had made a request that people not throw the flowers onto the highway, not throw them off the bridges because of the hazards, obviously, to other motorists as the roads open.
Look at the... The Fox Broadcast Network will be leaving its coverage of the death and funeral of Princess Diana to go back to regular programming. Those of you who are watching us on the Fox News channel should know that our coverage will continue.
Go inside the mind of the woman critics are calling a winner.
Don't make me have to talk. I hate being puny.
Ally McBeal, series premiere Monday at 9, 8 Central.
Save thousands now during Southern Showcase Housing Celebration. Choose your way to savings with the 1998 14-wide home, set up and delivered for just $99 a month. Or for only $299 down, you can own a 98 double-section home and developed lot with all improvements, well, septic, driveway, and deck. At Southern Showcase, we accept all loan applications regardless of credit. With convenient locations in Greensboro, Eden, Winston-Salem, Burlington, Salisbury, Asheboro, and Collinsville. If it doesn't say Southern Showcase, we're both losing money.
Start your day with the best morning show on the air. Catch the Fox 8 Morning News every weekday right here on Fox 8. Pilgrimage.
It will be now a shrine, an attraction for tourists. Tourists from all over the world will come to this sleepy little hamlet just to be with, for a few seconds, Princess Diana.
Burying Diana behind the walls of Althorp Park will allow the family to tend the grave personally and ensure some measure of privacy for her sons when they visit.
Many hours have been spent this week ensuring that our local church's contribution to Saturday's proceedings will be conducted with quiet dignity.
A Spencer has lived in this area, though not in this house, since the 15th century. Diana will be buried here on this tiny island in the middle of an ornamental lake called the Oval. It'll be a private ceremony and a simple grave. Diana played here as a child. A Catholic priest has already consecrated the grounds, marking with the sign of a cross each corner of the burial plot. 20 generations of Spencers are buried in the family chapel at the Church of St. Mary the Virgin in Great Brington, including Diana's father, whose ashes were interred here in 1992. The villagers agree with the Spencer family decision.
I think it is a good idea because then the boys have their own place, private place.
I think that the shock of burying her in such a small place as Great Brington would have quite a profound effect on the local community and would perhaps spoil the peace that both the locals and Diana deserve.
All right, we see there again the Union Jack at half-staff there at Buckingham Palace. We now have three individuals joining us. John O'Sullivan, who's the editor of the National Review, And Victoria Jones, she's a British radio talk show host.